Welcome to Sleep Stories and Rain, where the flicker of candlelight reveals the mysteries summoned by Ouija boards. Tonight, we delve into truly terrifying encounters, where whispered questions unleash chilling answers, and the veil between worlds thins with every movement of the planchette. Support our channel by liking and subscribing, and become part of a community daring enough to reach beyond. Share your most disturbing Ouija board experiences in the comments. Strange messages, uninvited spirits, or nights when the board refused to say goodbye. Your stories fuel our nightmares. If you seek true fear and supernatural suspense, you're in the perfect place. Let's begin our first story. I remember the night it all began, the night our stupid, reckless curiosity opened the door to something that should have stayed buried. It wasn't just a bad night. It was the night the world tilted for us, the night we learned some games aren't meant to be played. That old, abandoned Miller house on the edge of town seemed like the perfect place for a Friday night thrill. Cobwebs draped like morbid decorations, dust motes dancing in the slivers of moonlight that peeked through grimy windows. Ben, always the one pushing the boundaries, had scored an actual vintage Ouija board at a flea market. It looked ancient, the wood warped, the letters faded. Chloe, ever the cautious one, had a bad feeling, but Mia and I, we were up for anything. Alex Stone, 17, male, tall and lanky with messy brown hair that always falls in his eyes, bright blue eyes that are usually wide with nervous energy, wears oversized band t-shirts and faded jeans, has a small scar above his left eyebrow from a skateboarding accident, was trying to play it cool, but I could see the flicker of nerves in his bright blue eyes. We gathered in the huge, empty living room, the only furniture a tattered armchair covered in a drop cloth. Dust coated everything, clinging to the air like a second skin. The smell was mildew and decay. Ben brought out the board, brushing off cobwebs. Mia Rodriguez, 16, female, petite, with long, straight black hair, pulled into a high ponytail. Piercing dark eyes and sharp features. Wears trendy, often dark clothing, ripped jeans, combat boots, graphic tees. Has a nose piercing and several ear piercings. Was already giggling, messing with the planchette before we even started. Chloe Hayes, 17, female, average height, with thick, dark curly hair that she often ties back. Dark brown, expressive eyes. Dresses in comfortable, slightly bohemian clothes, flowy tops, layered necklaces. Has a small tattoo of a moon phase on her wrist. Sighed, her dark curls bouncing as she shook her head. Ben Carter, 18, male, stocky build, with short, sandy blonde hair and a scattering of freckles across his nose. Green eyes that often have a skeptical squint. Usually wears sports team hoodies and cargo shorts. Has a chipped front tooth, grinned, his chipped front tooth visible. "All right, who's ready to talk to some ghosts?" he said, his voice echoing in the silence. We sat cross-legged around the board, our fingers lightly touching the planchette. The air felt heavy, though that could have just been the dust and my own growing unease. Ben started, asking the classic question, "Is there anyone there?" For a long moment, nothing. Laughter, forced and a little shaky, filled the room. "See? Told you," Ben said, pulling his hands away. But then the planchette moved, just a tiny tremor like a shiver. We all froze. "Someone's pushing," Mia whispered, a mixture of excitement and fear on her face. "I'm not," I replied, and I knew it was true. Alex's eyes were wide. The planchette began to slide, slow and deliberate, towards the Y, then the E, and finally the S. A collective gasp. We were hooked. We peppered the board with questions. It spelled out MARGOT. "Who are you?" Chloe asked, her voice barely a whisper. OWNER. Okay, creepy but still explainable, right? Maybe the house had a previous owner named Margot. Then it started to get weird. We asked how she died. The planchette moved to HANGED. A cold dread started to creep in. We kept going, fueled by a morbid fascination that drowned out the voice of reason. "Are you angry?" The planchette flew to YES. Ben scoffed. "It's probably just one of us pushing it harder now." But we all knew deep down that wasn't it. The air grew colder. Shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, writhing just outside our direct gaze. Then the questions took a darker turn. "What do you want?" The planchette moved, faster this time, spelling out PLAY. "Play what?" Maya asked, her earlier giggle replaced by a nervous tremor. The planchette zipped to HIDE. Hide and seek? In a huge, dark, abandoned house? The idea sent a shiver down my spine. The planchette then moved to NOW. A floorboard creaked overhead. A gust of wind, though the windows were shut tight, swept through the room, extinguishing Chloe's small candle. Darkness descended, thick and suffocating. We fumbled for our phone flashlights, the beams weak against the oppressive blackness. Panic started to set in. "Let's just go," Chloe pleaded, her voice trembling. "No way," Ben said, though his bravado was starting to crack. "We have to say goodbye." We placed our fingers back on the planchette. "Goodbye," we said in unison. The planchette didn't budge. We tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. Sweat beaded on my forehead. "It's not letting us," Alex whispered, his voice tight with fear. That's when the scratching started. From the walls, from the floorboards, from somewhere inside the room with us. A dry, fingernail on chalkboard sound that made my skin crawl. The planchette suddenly shot across the board to the NO at the bottom. A low growl echoed from the dark hallway. We scrambled to our feet, abandoning the board. Flashlights bounced erratically as we stumbled through the dark, dust-filled house. The growling followed, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always seeming to shift direction. We heard footsteps upstairs, heavy and slow. A door slammed shut upstairs, making us jump out of our skin. We decided to split up, stupidly thinking we could find different ways out faster. Alex and Ben went towards the back, Mia and Chloe towards the front stairs, and I headed for the kitchen window, hoping to force it open. As I crept through the kitchen, the growling seemed to be right outside the door. A shadow fell over the dirty window pane, much too large to be any of my friends. I heard a muffled scream from upstairs, followed by a sickening thud. My heart seized. I didn't wait to see what happened. I fumbled with the window latch, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. The growling intensified behind me. I finally wrestled the window open and clambered out, scraping my knee on the sill. I landed in the overgrown grass, gasping for air. Behind me, from the open window, I heard a guttural roar, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I ran, not looking back, the sounds of the house and the creature within fading behind me as I sprinted through the darkness. I didn't stop until I reached the streetlights of town, my lungs burning, tears streaming down my face. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a gas station bathroom, calling Chloe's phone again and again. No answer. Nothing. Mia's, straight to voicemail. Only later, much later, when the police finally went into the Miller house, did they find the board. They found other things, too. Things I can barely bring myself to think about. I was the only one who got out. The only one left to remember the night we woke something up.
The rain was a drumbeat against the attic window, a frantic rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest even now, years later. Thinking back to that night, it doesn't feel real. More like a nightmare I just can't shake off. It started like any other boring Friday night, trapped at Ben's house because of the storm. We were upstairs, rummaging through dust-covered junk in his attic, swatting away cobwebs and complaining about how lame everything was. That's when we found it. Tucked away in a trunk full of old blankets and mothballs, a wooden board with letters and numbers painted on it, and a little plastic planchette, a Ouija board. We all looked at each other. Ben, with his messy blonde hair and gray eyes, always up for anything stupid. Chloe, her red hair like a firework, already buzzing with nervous energy. Liam, adjusting his thick glasses, looking skeptical but maybe a little curious too. And me, Alex. I felt a strange mix of dread and excitement, like standing too close to the edge of something. "No way," Liam said, his voice tight. "Those things are fake. Come on, it'll be fun." Chloe giggled, picking up the board, dust motes dancing in the light from my phone's flashlight. Just for a laugh. Ben grinned, already pulling a storage bin out of the way to make space on the dusty floorboards. "Yeah, Liam, loosen up. What's the worst that can happen?" Famous last words, right? We cleared a spot, sat cross-legged around the board, and placed our fingertips lightly on the planchette. The rain kept hammering outside, making the attic feel even more cut off from the world. It smelled old and damp, like secrets that had been buried for years. Chloe, being the most eager, asked first, "Is anyone there?" The planchette didn't move. We waited, the silence punctuated only by the rain and the sound of our own breathing. Ben let out a sarcastic sigh. "Told you," Liam muttered. Then, slowly, with a tiny scraping sound against the wood, the planchette began to glide. It stuttered at first, then moved deliberately, spelling out letters. S-P-I-R-I. Chloe gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Ben actually looked surprised, his usual bravado faltering for a second. My heart did this weird flutter and drop thing. Liam leaned forward, his skepticism replaced by focused intensity behind his glasses. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The planchette moved again. J-U-N. June? Is that your name? Ben asked. Yes, it spelled. We kept asking questions, simple stuff at first. How old were you? Where did you live? It answered, though sometimes the movements were quick and jerky, other times slow and hesitant. It said it lived here in this house a long, long time ago. It said it was trapped. That's when an uneasy feeling started to creep in. Not just the spooky fun kind, but a real chill that had nothing to do with the drafty attic. Ben, ever the daredevil, pushed it. Are you a ghost? The planchette flew across the board to yes with a speed that made us all jump back slightly. Chloe let out a nervous laugh. Can you show us something? Ben challenged, his voice a little shaky now. The planchette went straight to the number 1, then 9, then 3, then 8. 1938, Liam said. What about 1938? The planchette stayed on the board, and then the air in the attic changed. It got colder, heavy and thick. A faint, sweet smell, like really old flowers, drifted through the dust. Then, for just a flicker of a second, the darkness in the corner seemed to move. Not a shadow shifting, but like a tear in the air, showing something else. I saw, or maybe just felt, a flash of a dimly lit room, ornate wallpaper, and the distinct, unnerving image of a woman standing with her back to us, her shoulders slumped in sorrow. We all pulled our hands off the planchette at the same time, breathing hard. The glimpse vanished, leaving the attic feeling normal again, if normal could describe that place now. The rain was still going, but the sounds from outside seemed distant, muted. Okay, that was weird, Ben said, running a hand through his hair. Maybe we should stop, Liam suggested, looking pale. No way. Chloe protested, though her eyes were wide. That was amazing. What was that June? We put our hands back on the planchette, everyone a little more hesitant this time. June, I asked, was that you we saw? Yes, it spelled. Then faster, it started moving. ELP. Okay, this wasn't a game anymore. The pleas felt real, urgent. We asked how we could help. The planchette dragged itself, letters slow now, deliberate. Find I'd. Find what? I asked. There was a pause. The planchette felt heavy under our fingers, like it was resisting. Then it moved with force, spelling out letters I didn't understand at first. BOXUNDERFLOR BOAR. Box under the floorboard? Ben repeated. Yes, the planchette confirmed. It felt like June was guiding us. We shone the flashlights around, looking at the old wooden floor. It was dusty and worn, but after a few minutes, Ben spotted it. A board near the wall that looked slightly different, less secure than the others. He knelt down and carefully pried it up. Underneath, nestled in the dirt and darkness, was a small wooden box. It looked very old, its surface scratched and dull. The air around it felt heavy, wrong. As Ben reached for it, the temperature plummeted. The sweet floral smell intensified, becoming cloying, sickeningly sweet. And the attic was no longer just dusty and quiet. It was filled with whispers, just at the edge of hearing, like a crowd talking far away, but the words were indistinguishable, a low, terrifying murmur. Ben hesitated, his hand hovering over the box. This feels wrong. The planchette on the Ouija board, still on the floor nearby, suddenly flew across the board and slammed against the edge. Yes, it spelled again, but it looked frantic, desperate. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into a single low growl that seemed to come from the box itself. Put it back, Liam yelled, scrambling away from the board. The moment Ben's fingers touched the box, a sharp, cold energy shot through the attic. The whispers stopped. The sweet smell vanished. But in its place was something else, something predatory and ancient. The lights from our phones flickered wildly. The shadows in the corners deepened, clinging to the walls like ink. And on the Ouija board, the planchette was moving on its own now, fast, out of control. Not spelling words, but racing around the edge, pointing to the number 666. Then it stopped abruptly, pointing at goodbye. But it didn't feel like a goodbye. It felt like a declaration, a confirmation that something had been let loose. We didn't open the box. We didn't need to. The thing that had claimed to be June wasn't just trapped in the house. It was something that belonged to the house, something that the box had maybe held back. And by finding it, by interacting with it, we hadn't helped June. We had let the other thing, the real thing, know we were there. The attic went completely silent. No rain, no whispers, just our ragged breathing. We looked at each other, faces illuminated by the shaky phone light, pure terror mirrored in our eyes. Ben was still kneeling by the open floorboard, staring at the box like it was a bomb about to go off. That night was just the beginning. The box, though we never opened it, became a focal point. Things started happening in Ben's house. Little things at first, doors creaking open when no one was there, objects moving, then bigger things, cold spots that would make your breath fog up, seeing things in the corner of your eye, the feeling of being watched all the time, and the nightmares. For months, we all had horrible dreams, vivid and full of fear, featuring the same shadowy figure, tall and thin, with eyes that seemed to burn in the darkness. The Ouija board remained untouched, a silent, menacing object on the floor where Wed left it. We eventually put the box back under the floorboard and hammered it shut, but it didn't help. Whatever we awoke, it wasn't going back to sleep. The house changed around us. The air felt heavy and suffocating. The shadows seemed to have depth, like you could fall into them. The whispers came back, sometimes faint, sometimes loud enough to send a jolt of fear through you, always just too indistinct to make out the words. But the tone was always the same, malicious and hungry. One night, weeks after Wed found the box, I was staying over at Ben's. We tried to pretend things were normal, watching movies downstairs. But the house felt alive around us. Every creak of the old wood, every groan of the pipes sounded like a deliberate noise. As we sat there, the temperature in the living room dropped suddenly, so fast that we could actually see our breath. A faint, sickly sweet smell, like the one in the attic, filled the air. Then, down the hallway, in the darkened part of the house, we heard it, a dragging sound, slow and heavy, like something was being pulled across the floorboards. We froze, straining our ears. The sound moved closer, coming from the direction of the stairs, the ones leading up to the attic. Ben grabbed my arm, his hand like ice. His gray eyes were wide with fear. The dragging stopped at the foot of the stairs. There was silence for a long moment. Then, a low, guttural scraping sound, like fingernails dragging down the wooden banister, one by one, slowly, deliberately heading our way. We didn't wait. We ran. Out the back door into the cold rain, not stopping until we were miles away, shaking and crying. We never went back into that house at night. Ben's family eventually moved, unable to stand the constant feeling of dread and the unexplained happenings. The house sits empty now, a dark spot on the street, a silent testament to the night we thought a Ouija board was just a game. Because it wasn't June, we contacted. It was whatever was waiting with June, whatever kept her trapped, and now it wasn't trapped anymore.
My hands still tremble when I think about that night, not from cold or fear of the dark outside my window, but from the memory of that splintered wood, the planchette gliding across the letters. It feels like a lifetime ago, one I wish I could scrub clean from my mind like old ink stains. It started, as these things always do, with boredom and a stupid idea fueled by too much cheap pizza and a storm raging outside. We were at Liam's place, his parents out for the weekend. His house sat on this hill, old and drafty, surrounded by woods that seemed to press in on you at night. Liam, Chloe, Maya, and me, just trying to kill time. Liam found it first, tucked away in a box in the attic, a dusty, scratched-up Ouija board. It looked ancient, the letters faded, the wood warped. "Perfect," he grinned, holding it up like a trophy. Chloe, ever the cynic, rolled her eyes. Maya giggled nervously. I just felt this weird prickle on my skin, like static electricity. We brought it downstairs, cleared a space on the coffee table. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the rain hammered down like handfuls of gravel. It set the scene, I guess. Liam lit a few candles, for atmosphere, he said, and the flickering light made the room feel smaller, the shadows deeper. We put the planchette on the board, 4 fingers on it, light as feathers. "Is anyone there?" Liam asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Nothing happened. Again, "Is there anyone here with us?" Still nothing. Chloe snorted. "See? Told you, just an old piece of junk. Then slowly the planchette started to move. Not much, just a tiny wobble, like a moth bumping against glass. We all went silent. It moved again, gliding smoothly towards Y, then E, then S. Yes, my blood ran cold. It wasn't a joke anymore. We hadn't pushed it. I swear we hadn't. Who are you? Maya whispered, her voice trembling. The planchette moved again, faster this time. FOR. The storm seemed to rage harder outside. EFALL, forever fall. What did that mean? Is that your name? Chloe asked, sounding less sarcastic now, more curious. Yes, we asked it questions, dumb things at first. How old are you? Are you good or bad? It was unsettling, but also kind of thrilling. We felt like we were tapping into something real, something hidden. The house felt different too. Colder, maybe. The wind sounds outside twisting into what almost sounded like whispers. The questions got more personal. It seemed to know things. Not big things, just little details that freaked us out. Like Maya's fear of spiders, or the weird dream Liam had last night. It even spelled out scar and pointed towards me. My scar above my eye. Only people who knew me well knew about that. Then Chloe asked, "Will any of us die tonight?" A heavy silence fell. The planchette didn't move for a long time. The candle flames flickered wildly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. We held our breath. Then agonizingly slowly it began to move. It stopped at 1. The air in the room got thick and heavy. It felt like something was watching us, not just speaking through the board, but here. The wind outside seemed to change, the howls turning into something else. A low moan, maybe? Or just the wind? It was impossible to tell. We were all spooked now, the early excitement gone. Liam, trying to sound brave, asked, "Who?" The planchette didn't move to letters this time. It dragged towards the edge of the board, towards the goodbye section. Wait, no, not goodbye. It kept going, scraping against the wood off the board itself, digging a shallow groove into the coffee table, moving towards Liam. He yelped and pulled his finger away. The planchette stopped dead. Everything went quiet for a second. Then, a loud crash from upstairs. We all jumped. Liam froze, his face pale. "What was that?" he whispered. Another crash, closer this time, like furniture being thrown around. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness except for the weak light of the candles. The phone lines were dead. Our cell phones had no signal. We were cut off. We huddled together, listening. Footsteps creaked overhead, heavy and slow. Not like Liam's parents would walk, more deliberate. The temperature dropped noticeably. We could see our breath in the candlelight. The house was no longer just old and drafty. It felt alive and angry. The entity wasn't just using the board anymore. It was in the house. We decided we had to get out. But the doors were locked. Not just bolted, they wouldn't budge, like something was holding pressure against them from the outside. Windows, too. We were trapped. The sounds upstairs grew louder, more violent. Shouting. Not human shouts, cracked and guttural, like something trying to mimic a voice but failing. Something scraped hard against the attic door at the top of the main staircase, a sound like claws on wood. Then silence. A long, terrifying silence. We waited, listening, our hearts pounding. Chloe whimpered. Maya clutched my arm so tight it hurt. Liam stared up the dark stairwell, his eyes wide with terror. Then we heard it. A wet, dragging sound, coming down the stairs, one step at a time.
Right slide, right.
It was slow, deliberate, measured. It felt like it was enjoying the wait. We couldn't see anything in the darkness, only the faint glow of the candles near us. The dragging sound continued its descent. It reached the bottom of the stairs. We could hear its ragged breathing, like old leather being stretched and torn. The air was thick with a foul, damp smell, like wet earth and decay. We could feel its presence, heavy and cold, looming just beyond the candlelight. We couldn't see it, but we knew it was there, and it was looking for the one. A light breeze drifted across my face, even though all the doors and windows were sealed shut. The candle flames flickered and danced erratically. A voice, not from the board this time, but from the darkness in front of us, rasped out my name. Jacob. It wasn't a question, it was a declaration. It knew. It had known all along. I don't remember screaming, I don't remember running, just the feeling of pure, paralyzing terror. The others scattered, I think. I heard a shriek, a crash, a guttural roar, but my focus was frozen on that dark space, on that sound, on the knowledge that it wanted me. It was the one. Forever fall. It had found me. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I woke up outside, sprawled in the muddy yard, the rain still pouring down. Liam's house stood dark and silent on the hill. I was alone. I never saw Liam, Chloe, or Maya again. The police searched but found nothing. No bodies, no sign of forced entry, just a wrecked house, furniture overturned, strange symbols carved into the walls, and a splintered Ouija board on the coffee table, the planchette missing. They never found the planchette. And nobody believed me about that night, about the sounds, about the planchette moving on its own, about the voice. But I know what happened. It wasn't a game. And sometimes when the wind howls just right, I still hear that dragging sound, slide, and I know it's still out there, waiting.
I remember the night it all began, the night I wished I'd never found that dusty box in the attic. The house was my grandmother's, left to me after she passed. It was old, full of creaks and groans, the kind of place that felt alive even when no one was home. I hadn't wanted to stay permanently, just sort through things, maybe sell it eventually. But then I found the attic. It smelled of mothballs and forgotten things. Tucked away under a faded quilt was an ornate wooden box. Heavy, felt like old wood. Inside was a Ouija board. Not a plastic toy, but proper wood, with ivory letters and numbers. The planchette was carved, smooth and dark. It felt weighty, interesting mostly. I hadn't really believed in that stuff, ghosts and spirits. It was just a game, right? Just a game, I said to the empty room, setting the box on the attic floor. The single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling cast long, dancing shadows. A storm was brewing outside, the first rumble of thunder shaking the old house. I should have stopped there. I should have put the box back and walked away. But curiosity is a terrible thing sometimes. It gnaws at you, whispers that maybe, just maybe, I brushed dust off the board, the wood surprisingly smooth beneath my fingertips. The storm was getting closer now, rain starting to drum against the roof. I sat on the floor alone, the only sound the rain and the house settling around me. I placed the planchette on the board, my finger resting lightly on it. "Is anyone there?" I whispered. Stupid, I know, but the silence stretched on, broken only by the storm. I was about to pack it up, feel foolish, when the planchette moved, slowly at first, just a little wobble. Then it glided, smooth and deliberate, to the letter Y, then E, then S. My breath caught in my throat. My heart hammered against my ribs. Had I moved it? Unconsciously? Maybe. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The planchette moved again, faster this time. Grandma. My grandmother. My fingers felt suddenly cold, even though the attic was stuffy. This had to be a trick of the eye, of expectation. But it felt real. "Grandma?" I asked, a mix of fear and desperate hope rising in my chest. It moved to YES again. "Is it really you?" I asked, my voice trembling. UNHAPPY. The word hit me like a physical blow. Unhappy? My grandmother? She had always seemed so content, so peaceful in her last years. "Why are you unhappy?" I asked, my finger still on the planchette, my hand now shaking. SECRETS. PAIN. The storm outside raged harder, the wind howling around the eaves like a mournful cry. My skin felt like it was crawling. This didn't feel like my grandmother. This felt wrong. I pulled my hand away, the planchette stopping abruptly. The silence that followed felt thick, heavy. I stared at the board, at the word pain. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I should stop. This is foolish. But the curiosity was still there, and now fear was mixed in, a potent, intoxicating cocktail. I didn't pack it away. I left the board on the floor, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil in my gut. That was the first night. The nights that followed were worse. The messages continued. They weren't always coherent, sometimes just strange combinations of letters that made no sense. But they were always dark, hinting at things I didn't understand. Lies. Burden. Watching. It started small, subtle things. Objects I was sure I'd left in one place would be somewhere else. Doors I'd closed finding themselves slightly ajar. The house's old creaks and groans seemed to intensify, becoming more deliberate, like footsteps in the hallway when I was alone. I tried to rationalize it. The old house settling, my imagination running wild. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. One night, the planchette spelled out basement. My grandmother had always kept the basement door locked. She said it was just for storage, damp and full of spiders, but I always felt a sense of dread when I was near it. The key was on a hook by the kitchen door. I hadn't touched it. Yet the next morning, the key was on a table near the basement door, as if beckoning or taunting. I swallowed hard, my hands clammy. The messages had become more insistent. Look, find, remember. The grandma persona felt less like my grandmother and more like a thin veil over something else entirely. Hesitantly, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs, I picked up the key. It was cold, heavy, like it held secrets within its metal. I unlocked the basement door. The air that rushed out was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something musty and unpleasant. I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. Of course, the power was out again. Only the dim light filtering in from the small, grimy basement window offered any visibility. It cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. I descended the creaking wooden steps, each one groaning under my weight. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating cobwebs and forgotten junk, old trunks covered in dust, piles of newspapers yellowed with age, and in the far corner, half hidden by a tarp, was a large wooden chest. Not like the others. It was ornate, dark wood, with strange carvings on the lid that looked almost like twisted faces. The planchette had spelled out chest. Chills ran down my spine. I approached it slowly, the air growing colder the closer I got. My flashlight beam danced over the carvings. They definitely looked like faces now, contorted in silent screams. My hands trembled as I lifted the heavy lid. Inside, nestled among faded fabrics, was a small wooden doll. It was old, crudely made, with yarn hair and button eyes. But there was something disturbing about it. Its tiny face seemed to be carved into a perpetual frown, and its button eyes stared blankly. And then I saw it. Tucked beneath the doll was a brittle, yellowed piece of paper. It was a diary entry, my grandmother's handwriting, dated decades ago. It spoke of a game, of a visitor she had invited in, of things that were whispered in the dark, of the promise. And then the entry cut off abruptly. The ink smeared as if she had stopped writing in a panic. A cold dread washed over me, deeper than any fear I'd felt before. This wasn't just a game. This wasn't my grandmother trying to contact me. This was something else. Something that had been here for a long time, waiting. The air in the basement felt suffocating, heavy with a presence I couldn't see but could feel pressing in on me. The planchette's messages flooded back into my mind. Lies. Burden. Watching. The doll felt heavy in my hand, the button eyes seeming to follow me in the dim light. I wasn't alone. I had found the secret, the pain she had mentioned. The things whispered in the dark. This entity, the one using the board, was tied to this house, to that doll, to my grandmother's past, and now it was tied to me. I stumbled back up the stairs, the diary entry clenched in my fist, the creepy doll tucked under my arm like a grotesque newborn. I slammed the basement door shut, fumbling with the lock until it clicked into place. I leaned against it, gasping for air, the smell of damp earth still clinging to me. The house felt different now. The creaks and groans weren't just old age, they were intentional, malevolent. I could hear subtle movements upstairs, the faint sound of something being dragged across the floor in the very room where I had found the board. It was upstairs, waiting. And it knew I had the doll. It knew I had found the secret. Sleep was impossible that night. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every sound seemed amplified. I huddled in my bed, the terrifying certainty settling over me. I had opened a door and something had walked through it. Something ancient, something cruel, something that had been waiting for me in my grandmother's quiet, old house. And it wasn't going to leave. The days that followed were a blur of growing terror. The entity, no longer pretending to be my grandmother, communicated through chilling whispers I heard, just at the edge of hearing, and through manifesting fears I didn't even know I had. Spiders in my bed, scuttling across my pillow, the faint scent of decay when no one was around, objects moving when my back was turned, and the doll. It was always there, no matter where I put it, on the kitchen counter, on my bedside table, staring at me with those blank button eyes. It felt like an anchor for the thing haunting me. I tried to get rid of it. I threw it in the trash, double bagged. The next morning, it was on the porch steps, wet and stained, staring up at me. I tried to bury it in the backyard. The next evening, it was on my pillow when I went to bed. It was relentless. I couldn't stay in the house anymore. Every corner felt watched. Every shadow held a shape that wasn't there. But leaving didn't help. The feeling followed me. The whispers were fainter now, but still there, a constant murmur in my ear. The nightmares were the worst. Visions of the basement, the carved chest, the screaming faces, and the doll, its button eyes glowing red. I would wake up screaming, drenched in sweat. I tried to tell someone, but how do you explain that you're being haunted by a doll and messages from a Ouija board that may or may not be your dead grandmother? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. The stress, the lack of sleep, the constant fear, it was wearing me down. My reflection in the mirror looked drawn and pale, my eyes wide and haunted. I knew I had to go back. Back to the house, back to the basement, back to that chest. The entity wanted something, and maybe the answer was there, hidden within those walls, within the history my grandmother had tried to hide. I dreaded it. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to never look back. But the pull was too strong. It was like an invisible chain, dragging me back to the source of the darkness. I packed a small bag, grabbed my flashlight, and drove back to the old house. The air felt heavy and still, and the house itself seemed to loom larger, darker, against the bruised twilight sky. This time, I wasn't just visiting, I was walking into something I might not walk out of. I stepped through the front door, and the temperature seemed to drop instantly. The silence inside wasn't empty, it was waiting. I didn't even bother turning on the lights. My flashlight beam was my only guide as I walked towards the basement door. It was already slightly ajar. It was waiting for me. The air in the basement was even colder, the smell of damp earth stronger. I could hear the whispers now, not just at the edge of hearing, but clear, insidious. They weren't words I understood, just guttural, slithering sounds that sent shivers down my spine. I approached the chest, my hand shaking as I reached for the lid. My flashlight beam danced over the carvings, the twisted faces seeming to grin in the darkness. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that whatever was in that chest, whatever secret my grandmother had kept, was the key to all of this. And I was moments away from unleashing it completely. The lid creaked open, and the darkness within seemed to deepen, to absorb the flashlight beam. A cold wind whipped around me, though there were no open windows. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a swarm of angry insects. I held my breath, peering into the chest, the small, ugly doll somehow already inside, its button eyes fixated on me. The secret, the promise, the unhappy burden. It was all here, in the dark, waiting for me to fully understand. The entity was not my grandmother. It was something she had invited in, something that had been trapped here, and now, by finding it, by playing the game, I had taken her place. The darkness within the chest seemed to swell, pushing outwards, a blackness that promised only pain and despair. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my story was far from over. The game had just begun. It started, like most bad things do, as a dare. A stupid teenage dare born of boredom and too much free time on a humid summer night. The kind of night where the air hangs heavy and promises nothing but sweat and mosquitoes. We were 17, 16, 17, and 16, Alex, me, Sarah, Mark, and Chloe, invincible in the way only teenagers are. The dare? Spend the night in the old Miller place up on Blackwood Hill. Everyone knew the stories abandoned after the family disappeared 50 years ago, whispers of strange lights and sounds. Perfect horror movie stuff, right? We thought it would be a laugh, a good story for school. We were so wrong. Getting in was easy enough. A broken window on the back. The inside was just like the stories, dusty, smelling of decay and something else, something cold and still, even in the summer heat. Dust sheets covered everything. Furniture looked like ghosts under white shrouds. The air was thick, hard to breathe. Mark kept making jokes, trying to cover up that even he, the loud one, was a little spooked. Chloe was surprisingly quiet, her usual bright energy dimmed by the oppressive quiet of the house. I tried to act cool, but my heart was hammering against my ribs like it wanted out. Alex, with his scar above his eyebrow that always made him look a little tough, just seemed watchful. Then we found it. In the parlor, tucked behind a moth-eaten armchair, the Ouija board. Not a store-bought one, but old, handmade. The wood was dark and cracked, the letters faded, painted in red that looked suspiciously like dried blood in the dim light filtering through the grimy windows. The planchette was a small, smooth piece of dark wood. Mark, ever the instigator, picked it up. "All right, spirit time," he grinned, trying to sound brave. I felt a jolt of dread, sharp and cold. "Maybe we shouldn't," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Alex nodded in agreement, his dark eyes fixed on the board. "Yeah, maybe leave it." But Chloe, who had been so quiet, suddenly perked up. "No way. This is way cooler than just sitting here. Come on, chickens." She grabbed one corner of the board, her normally pale fingers looking almost translucent in the dimness. Against our better judgment, or maybe just because we were teenagers and shouldn't, was practically an invitation. We sat around the dusty parlor table. The air seemed to drop a few degrees the moment our fingertips touched the polished wood of the planchette. It wasn't a playful cold. It was the kind that sinks into your bones and makes you shiver from the inside out. "All right," Alex said, his voice a little strained. "Anyone there?" We held our breath. For a long moment, nothing. Then, slowly, agonizingly, the planchette began to move. Not a smooth slide, but jerky, hesitant movements. It glided to the letter Y. Then ES, our eyes widened. We looked at each other, a mix of fear and bewildered excitement on our faces. We asked more questions, simple ones at first. "What's your name?" The planchette moved to Z. Oh, a chill went down my spine. I'd heard of Zozo. The stories weren't good. "How many are here?" "7. In this house, we were only 4. The heat of the night outside seemed a million miles away now. The silence of the house felt heavy, watchful. Mark, the brave face gone, was biting his lip. Chloe's bright hair seemed less vibrant in the oppressive atmosphere. The planchette kept moving, its answers becoming more cryptic, more unsettling. It spelled out leave, then now, then chillingly, connected. That was the night everything changed. We left the board in the parlor, fled the house like our lives depended on it, which, looking back, they probably did. We ran through the woods, the branches scratching at our faces, the darkness feeling alive around us. We didn't talk much on the way back to town. The silence was filled with the frantic pounding of our hearts and the memory of that cold presence in the house. We thought, hoped, that leaving the board meant leaving it all behind. We were wrong. The next few days were off. Subtle things at first, shadows moving out of the corner of our eyes, whispers when no one was speaking. Our phones doing weird things, static on calls, strange messages from unknown numbers. It felt like the house, or whatever was in it, had hitched a ride home with us. Then it got worse. It started playing on our fears. Mark, who was terrified of spiders, woke up screaming, covered in imaginary webs and the feeling of legs crawling on him. Chloe, who hated being alone, started seeing figures in her empty room, just at the edge of her vision, always watching. My fear was drowning, and I started having nightmares of being pulled under dark water, unable to breathe. Alex, with his calm demeanor, seemed less affected at first, but then his fear, his deepest secret fear, started coming out. Alex was terrified of losing control, of doing something terrible and not being able to help it. He started having moments where his eyes would go blank and he'd do something strange, something out of character. Once, he almost pushed Mark down the stairs, his face completely emotionless. He snapped out of it immediately, horrified, not understanding what had happened. The entity wasn't just scaring us, it was finding the cracks in us and prying them open. We tried everything. Ignoring it didn't work. It just got louder, more aggressive. Talking about it openly felt like giving it power. We were isolated, even from each other, because how do you explain that you're being haunted by an evil spirit from an Ouija board you messed with? Our parents noticed we were different, withdrawn, jumpy, but they just thought it was typical teenage angst. They didn't see the looks in our eyes, the way we flinched at sudden noises, the dark circles under our eyes from sleepless nights. The scariest part was realizing the only thing that seemed to affect it was the memory of the board. When we thought about it, when we talked about that night, the manifestations would intensify, almost gleeful. It was like the board was still tethered to us, a dark umbilical cord connecting us to the thing we'd woken up. We started to wonder if the board wasn't just a tool, but a binding, a cage. and we, in our infinite teenage wisdom, had opened the door and invited the prisoner out. The whispers turned into voices, sometimes clear, sometimes distorted, always mocking, always promising worse. The figures Chloe saw weren't just at the edge of her vision anymore. They were closer, reaching. Mark's spider fear became a physical sensation, phantom bites appearing on his skin. My drowning nightmares started bleeding into my waking hours, a constant feeling of pressure on my chest. Alex's episodes became more frequent, more dangerous. He started talking to someone who wasn't there, arguing with an invisible presence. We were losing our grip on reality, one terrifying encounter at a time. Sleep was impossible. Food tasted like ash. The world outside felt thin and unreal, compared to the suffocating presence that followed us everywhere. We knew, with a certainty that chilled us deeper than any cold spot, that we had to go back. Back to the crumbling house on Blackwood Hill. Back to the dusty parlor. Back to the ancient Ouija board that held the key to either freedom or oblivion. It was a terrifying thought, returning to the source of our horror, but the alternative, letting this thing consume us, was even worse. We had opened the door. Now we had to find a way to close it before it pulled us completely into its twisted, endless darkness.
The smell of dust and stale popcorn still brings it all back, a sickening wave that makes my stomach twist. Most people hear Ouija board and think of slumber parties and giggling girls, maybe a nervous flick of a flashlight beam. That wasn't our Ouija board. Ours was different. It was the kind of different that burrows under your skin and lives there, a cold, wet thing that whispers your name when you're alone in the dark. It started with that old house, the one at the end of Elm Street, the one everyone said was haunted. We were 17, stupid and bored, convinced we knew everything about haunted houses and pretty much everything else. Mark dared us to go in, just after sunset, just for an hour. There was me, obviously, always the one who went along with whatever stupid idea Mark cooked up. Then there was Sarah, with her wild red hair and a laugh that could fill a room, and Dave, quiet and careful, the only one who ever seemed to think things through. Inside, it was exactly what you'd expect. Cobwebs hung like morbid decorations, dust motes danced in the few slivers of moonlight that cut through the grimy windows, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. But it wasn't just old house smell. There was something else under it, something colder. We were poking around in the drawing room, pulling dust sheets off furniture that looked like forgotten ghosts when Sarah spotted it. Under a ripped-up sofa, half buried in the matted carpet, was the box. Old wood, faded and scratched, looked like it had been sitting there for 100 years. Inside was the board. It wasn't like the plastic ones you buy in toy stores. This was heavy, dark wood, polished smooth in places, with the letters and numbers and the yes and no worn down like they'd been touched 1,000,000 times. The planchette was just as worn, a smooth, heart-shaped piece of wood with a small window in the middle. Mark, being Mark, snatched it up immediately. "Look at this," he said, his voice a little too loud in the quiet house. Sarah giggled, a nervous sound. Dave just watched, his eyes wide. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, like something was watching us. Mark wanted to try it right away. Sarah was game too, though she kept looking over her shoulder. Dave hung back, his arms crossed, a frown on his face. I hesitated. I'd seen enough horror movies to know this was a bad idea, a really, truly awful idea. But Mark gave me that look, the one that challenged me, and I hated being the chicken. So I sat down on the dusty floor with them, the three of us huddled around the board in the deepening gloom. Mark put the planchette in the center. "All right," he said, trying to sound brave. "Is anyone there?" Nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. It was just a flat piece of wood with letters on it. We sat there for a few minutes, the silence pressing in on us. I was starting to relax, to think this was just another of Mark's silly stunts. Then, very slowly, as if something were pushing it, the planchette began to move. My breath hitched. Sarah gasped. Dave leaned forward, forgetting for a moment to be cautious. The planchette glided deliberately across the board, stopping first at the letter H. Then it moved again, to E, then L, then L. It spelled out H-E-L-L. We stared at each other, our faces pale in the dim light. It had to be one of us, right? Pushing it a little, messing with the others. But no one was smiling. No one was making a joke. The look on Mark's face was pure fear. "Who's doing that?" Dave whispered. The planchette shuddered, then shot towards YES. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Is someone in the room with us?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. The planchette moved again, this time faster, to YES. A cold dread seeped into me. It wasn't just us. Something else was there. The air in the room suddenly felt heavy, thick and still. A floorboard creaked upstairs, then another. It sounded like slow, heavy footsteps. We froze, listening. The creaks continued, moving closer to the top of the stairs. Sarah whimpered. "Let's get out of here," Dave said, his voice urgent. We scrambled to our feet, knocking the board and planchette to the floor. The sound startled us even more. As we stumbled towards the door, a loud crash echoed from the top of the stairs. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, splintering wood. And then a low, guttural growl filled the air, coming from the darkness at the top of the staircase. It wasn't an animal sound. It was something else, something that resonated deep in my bones and told me we had woken something terrible. We didn't hesitate. We ran. Out of the drawing room, through the dusty hallway, and out the front door, not daring to look back. We didn't stop until we were a block away, gasping for air, the growling still echoing in my ears. We never went back to that house. But the Ouija board didn't stay there. A few nights later, I found it, on my dresser, in my bedroom. I live alone now, far away from that town and that house. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I hear a faint scratching sound, like fingers on polished wood, or the slow, deliberate slide of a planchette across a board, and I know it's still here, waiting. They say some doors should never be opened. They weren't talking about physical doors. They were talking about the veil, the flimsy curtain separating our world from something else. And we, in our foolish ignorance, ripped it wide open with nothing but a cheap piece of wood and a planchette. It felt like a dare at first. Just a silly game played in the dim light of my basement, the air thick with the smell of dust and old cardboard. Sarah brought the board, her eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Dave was there too, always the skeptic, arms crossed, leaning against the washing machine. And then there was me, the quiet one, the one who believed in ghosts a little too much, the one who was probably too scared to even be there, but too afraid to say no. We'd heard the stories, of course. Online forums, whispered rumors at school, blurry videos claiming to show proof, but none of it felt real until that night. Sarah traced the faded letters on the board, her finger trembling slightly. "Okay," she whispered. "Who wants to go first?" Dave snorted. "Come on, it's just a piece of junk, probably moves with static electricity or something." But even his voice held a bit of a tremor. We put our fingers on the planchette, 3 sets of cold, sweaty fingertips resting on the smooth plastic. The basement felt colder suddenly, even though the radiator was clanking away in the corner. Sarah cleared her throat. "Is anyone here?" Silence. Just the hum of the old refrigerator upstairs and the beat of my own heart thumping against my ribs. Dave scoffed again. "See? Nothing." Then, just as he was about to pull his hand away, the planchette moved. Not a big jerky movement, but a slow, deliberate glide across the worn surface of the board. It slid towards the letter Y. My breath hitched. Sarah gasped. Even Dave straightened up, his skeptical smirk gone. "Why?" Sarah repeated, her voice barely a whisper. The planchette paused, then moved again. "E-S." "Yes," I breathed. It felt like we had just crossed some invisible line. My hands were shaking now. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation, but there was none. The planchette was heavy enough that it wouldn't just slide on its own, and none of us were pushing. We swore we weren't. We asked more questions, hesitant questions about who they were, why they were here. The answers came back slowly, spelling out fragmented words and unsettling phrases, words like watching and waiting. The air in the basement grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, stretching and twisting into unsettling shapes. I kept glancing around, expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing, just the familiar, yet suddenly alien objects of my basement. Then the questions got darker. Sarah, bolder now with a strange kind of morbid curiosity, asked, "What do you want?" The planchette moved faster this time, almost urgently. Entry. Entry? What did that mean? Entrance? Into our world? A cold dread settled in my stomach. Dave, despite his earlier skepticism, looked pale. Maybe we should stop, he mumbled. That's when the scratching started. Faint at first, like fingernails against a wall, coming from the far corner of the basement where the old coal chute used to be. We froze. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, like something was trying to get through. My blood ran cold. Sarah let out a small whimper. The planchette on the board began to vibrate slightly under our fingertips, almost as if what was on the other side was reacting to our fear. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it began, but a new sound took its place, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the darkest part of the corner. It wasn't human. It was something ancient, something hungry. The air grew even colder, biting at our skin. The dim light from the single bulb seemed to dim even further, casting long, distorted shadows that danced in the corners of my eyes. I could feel a pressure building in my head, a sense of being watched by something with immense, malevolent power. We ripped our fingers off the planchette, the plastic cold and slick with sweat. The growling intensified, punctuated by shuffling sounds and the occasional sharp crack that sounded like bone. We scrambled back towards the stairs, fumbling in the darkness. Each step felt like wading through thick mud, the air heavy and resistant. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shape emerge from the darkness, something monstrous and terrifying. We burst out of the basement door and into the living room, gasping for air. The normal, everyday sounds of the house felt foreign and comforting after the horror we had just experienced. We stood there for a moment, trembling, the basement door a dark, ominous rectangle behind us. We should burn it," Sarah stammered, pointing a shaking finger at the board she still clutched in her hand. Dave, remarkably, didn't argue. Even the skeptic was a believer now, a terrified believer. We took the board outside, into the backyard under the pale light of a gibbous moon. The night air was cool, but the chill I felt originated deep within my bones. We piled some dry leaves and twigs, placed the board on top, and Dave produced a lighter, his hand visibly shaking as he flicked it. The small flame sputtered to life, hesitant at first, then caught hold of the ancient wood. As the flames licked at the board, we saw something else. A faint, shimmering outline in the smoke, like a distortion in the air. It twisted and writhed, and a sound like 1,000 whispers speaking at once seemed to coil around us. The voices, oh God, the voices. They weren't in our ears, they were in our heads. Insane, overlapping whispers promising pain, despair, and unending darkness. They were the voices of things that had been waiting in the shadows, things we had invited in. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The whispers were inside. They promised to never leave. They promised to make us theirs. The board burned, the wood turning to ash, the mystical symbols charring and disappearing. But the feeling didn't disappear. The cold, the pressure, the sense of being watched, it stayed. It clung to us like a shroud. And the whispers never stopped. Even now, years later, in the quiet moments, when the world is still and I'm alone with my thoughts, I can hear them, drifting in the back of my mind, just loud enough to be a constant, terrifying reminder of the door we opened. A door that, once opened, can never be truly closed. We learned our lesson that night. Some doors are meant to stay locked, and some things are meant to stay on the other side of the veil. We just learned it after it was too late.
The worst part wasn't the cold, not anymore. The worst part was the silence. After Michael was gone, the house, our house, was suddenly vast and empty, filled with a silence so loud it hurt my ears. It had been 6 months, 6 long, dragging months of navigating the empty spaces in our life, in my heart. People told me it gets easier. They lied. It just gets different. The sharp stab of the beginning gives way to a dull, throbbing ache that never lets up. I tried everything. Therapy, support groups, staying busy. Nothing filled the void. Then I found it. Tucked away in an antique shop dusty with other people's forgotten lives, an old Ouija board. The wood was dark and worn, the letters faded. Something about it pulled me in. A crazy idea sparked in my grief-fogged mind. What if? What if I could just talk to him? Hear his voice, even just for a moment? Coming home with the board felt wrong, like I was bringing something heavy and unwelcome into the house. I set it up on the dining room table that night, the one where Wed shared so many meals, told so many stories. The air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't name. Just me, the board, and the overwhelming silence. I placed my fingertips on the planchette. It felt cool, oddly smooth. I closed my eyes, swallowed the lump in my throat, and whispered his name. Michael? Are you there? Nothing. A wave of foolishness washed over me. Of course not. What was I thinking? I was about to pull my hand away when, with a slow, deliberate drag, the planchette moved. It glided across the board, stopping on Y, then E, then S. My breath hitched. It was him. It had to be him. The sessions became a ritual. Every night, after the lonely dinner, after the enforced quiet of the house became unbearable, I would sit at the table. The planchette moved with an almost hesitant grace at first, spelling out short, simple answers. I miss you. Are you okay? I'm always here. It was comforting, a fragile bridge across the impossible chasm between life and death. It felt like I was getting pieces of him back, fragments of the man I loved so fiercely. He'd tell me things only Michael would know, little inside jokes, references to shared memories. It solidified my belief. This wasn't a trick, not a product of my grief. This was real. We were talking. I felt a lightness return to my chest, a desperate hope blooming in the barren landscape of my sorrow. But then things started to change. The messages became longer, more complex. He wasn't just answering my questions, he was talking about things I hadn't asked. Little observations about my day, things I'd done when I was alone. It was unsettling. One night, the planchette moved faster, harder, spelling out, "Why did you wear that dress today? I don't like it." I froze. I had worn an old dress, one I hadn't put on since before. Since before. No one had seen me leave the house in it. How could he know? The fear prickled at the back of my neck, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. Something was wrong. This wasn't just Michael anymore. The gentle messages were gone, replaced by a chilling possessiveness. His words became demands. Don't talk to Sarah. Sarah was my best friend. Stay home tonight. You should have done it this way. It felt like I was back in a relationship, but with a partner I couldn't see, a presence that was always watching. The turning point came during a late-night session. I asked a question about his last moments, something I hadn't had the courage to ask before. The planchette flew across the board with violent speed, stopping on you, then killed, then me. My blood ran cold. I snatched my hands away as if the board itself was burning. How could it say that? I hadn't killed him. It was a car accident, a terrible, senseless accident. The accusation, coming from what I believed was his spirit, was a cruel and twisted blow. The air in the room dropped several degrees, and I could feel a heavy, malevolent energy pressing down on me. The board wasn't just a connection. It was a doorway, and something dark and hungry had stepped through. I scrambled away from the table, the planchette still trembling slightly on the board as if with silent rage. I couldn't bring myself to touch the board again for days. It sat on the table, a sinister focal point in the quiet room. The silence of the house was no longer just about Michael's absence. It was filled with the unheard whispers of whatever lurked around the board. I started dreaming. Horrible, vivid nightmares where I was trapped in the house. And the walls themselves seemed to breathe and shift, whispering accusations. In my dreams, I would see the planchette moving on its own, scraping the board, and the sounds it made weren't words, but a low, guttural growl. The line between sleep and wakefulness blurred, and I would jump at every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that danced in the corner of my eye. I was losing sleep, losing my grip on reality, driven by a mixture of fear and a desperate need to understand. I finally approached the board again. This time, I didn't ask a question. I simply stated, "You're not Michael." The planchette shuddered, then moved deliberately, spelling out words that were sharp and venomous, unlike anything Michael would ever say. They were threats, warnings, promises of pain. It knew things about me, deep, embarrassing secrets I'd never told anyone. It wasn't just accessing my memories of Michael. It was accessing my memories, twisting them, using them against me. The entity hissed through the board, its malice palpable. This wasn't grief. This was invasion. I realized then that it had latched onto my vulnerability, my desperate need for connection, and used it to worm its way into my life. It wasn't a playful spirit or even a lost soul. It was something old, something predatory, feeding on my pain. I had opened a door, and it refused to leave. Removing the board seemed futile. It felt like the entity was no longer in the board, but in the house, perhaps even in me. The silence wasn't just empty, it was listening. My life became a constant state of low-grade terror. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. Doors would creak open and shut. I would hear whispers just at the edge of hearing when I was alone in a room. The entity was playing with me, a cruel game of cat and mouse. The board remained on the table, a constant, terrifying reminder of what I had unleashed. I didn't dare touch it again, but I knew it was still there, waiting, watching. The fear had become a part of my existence, an unwelcome guest that refused to leave. I was a prisoner in my own home, haunted not by the ghost of my husband, but by something far more ancient and malevolent, something I had invited in with a naive hope and a misplaced grief. I still live in this house. I still feel watched. The silence is never truly silent anymore. It's filled with the echo of unheard whispers and the chilling knowledge that I am not alone.
The smell of dust and old wood is the first thing that hits me, even now, years later. It clings to the back of my throat like a bad memory. That attic. That damn attic. We thought it was just a joke, a few hours of spooky fun on a rainy Saturday afternoon. 4 bored teenagers, a forgotten house, and a Ouija board we found tucked away in a trunk covered in cobwebs. Just dust and disappointment, that's what Chloe kept saying, her voice dripping with that sarcastic edge she always had. Liam was on edge, like he always was when we did anything remotely rule-breaking. Sam was all grins and bravado, and Maya, quiet Maya, had that nervous energy about her, like she knew something was off before we even started. It was Maya who spotted it first, under a pile of old quilts, a flat wooden board, darker than the rest of the wood in the attic, with letters, numbers, and the words yes and no carved into it. And the planchette, thankfully still with it, just a small heart-shaped bit of wood with a little window. Sam, of course, grabbed for it immediately, that eager look on his face. "All right," he said, dusting it off with his sleeve. "Time to talk to some ghosts." Chloe rolled her eyes but sat down with us on the scratchy attic floor. Liam was the least enthusiastic, fiddling with the drawstring of his hoodie. I remember the feel of the cool, smooth wood beneath my fingertips when we all placed a finger on the planchette. It seemed harmless. Just a game. "Okay, spirits," Sam started, his voice a little too loud in the quiet attic. "Are you here?" Nothing. The planchette stayed still. "Beginner's luck," Chloe muttered, already looking bored. "Maybe we're doing it wrong?" Maya whispered, her brown eyes wide. Liam cleared his throat. "Does it, work?" I focused, trying not to look at the dust motes dancing in the single shaft of light from the small attic window. "Spirit," I said, my voice a little shaky. "Is there anyone here with us?" Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the planchette began to move. It was a tiny shift at first, barely perceptible, but then it slid smoothly, effortlessly over to the letter Y. We all gasped a little, except for Chloe, who was already looking suspicious. "Okay, who's pushing?" she asked, her gaze narrowed. "Nobody." Sam protested, pulling his hand away slightly. Maya flinched back. "It moved." All right, Sam said, putting his finger back on. "Let's ask something else." "Spirit, what's your name?" The planchette lingered over letters, hesitant at first, then picking up speed. It spelled out slowly, Aibigail, Abigail. "Abigail," Liam repeated, a little awe in his voice. "Okay, Abigail," Chloe said, her skepticism evident. "What do you want?" The planchette went to Nothing. We asked more questions. Simple things. Was she old? Yes. Alone? Yes. Was she afraid? Yes. That last one sent a shiver down my spine. Why would a spirit be afraid? The attic grew colder. Not just the draft from the window, but a deep, penetrating chill that seemed to sink into your bones. The shadows seemed to deepen, and the dust motes danced more frantically in the light. Then things changed. The questions we asked started getting strange answers. We asked about her favorite color, and the planchette went to RED like a slash. We asked about her age, and it went to END. We asked where she was, and it went to HERENOW. It was terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. Sam was practically bouncing with nervous energy. Liam looked green around the gills. Maya was hugging her knees, her face pale. Chloe, though, was still trying to find the trick. She'd watch our eyes, our fingers, trying to catch someone pushing, but none of us were. I swear, the air grew thick, heavy. It was hard to breathe. The sounds of the house outside, the rustling leaves, the distant siren seemed muffled. It felt like we were sealed off from the world. Abigail, I asked, my voice trembling, why are you here? The planchette shot across the board, scattering letters with dizzying speed. It was a jumble at first, impossible to read, but then it slowed, deliberately, spelling out YOUGAVEUSPERMISSIN permission. My blood ran cold. We had just been playing a game. We hadn't asked for anything like this. Suddenly, the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered violently, then went out, plunging the attic into near-total darkness. We all cried out, scrambling backwards. The only light was the faint gray light from the small window. What was that? Sam yelled, his bravado gone. The power must have gone out, Liam said, fumbling for his phone. The screen glowed dimly, barely cutting through the gloom, but I could still see the Ouija board in the dim light, and the planchette was moving. On its own, Maya screamed. Not a loud scream, but a choked, terrified gasp. Maya, I whispered. She pointed, a trembling finger aimed towards the corner of the attic where the shadows were deepest. I followed her gaze, my heart hammering against my ribs. At first, I saw nothing but shadows and cobwebs. Then I saw it, or I think I did. A shape, something darker than the darkness, shifting, indistinct. It felt like it was watching us. The planchette began to move again, this time with a jerky, unnatural speed. It went to LOOKUP. Hesitantly, we all looked up. The ceiling, wood planks, just like the floor, dusty, old. But as I stared, the texture seemed to change. The patterns in the wood grain seemed to squirm, to writhe, like something was moving beneath the surface. A low, guttural sound echoed in the attic. It isn't human. It sounded like something ancient and hungry. Sam yelped and scrambled away from the board, knocking over a stack of old magazines. The sound was startlingly loud in the silence. Okay, this isn't funny anymore, Chloe said, her voice tight with fear, her earlier skepticism completely gone. Let's just get out of here. We started to stand up, but the attic door, the one Wed propped open with a shoe, slammed shut with a deafening bang. We were trapped. Panic clawed at my throat. We pounded on the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was like something was holding it shut from the other side. The chilling sound started again, closer this time. It seemed to be coming from the walls, from everywhere. The planchette on the board was now skittering around wildly, no longer spelling out words, but just moving erratically, as if whatever was controlling it was in a frenzy. Liam was shaking, his face pale in the dim phone light. Sam was breathing in short, ragged gasps. Maya was openly weeping, burying her face in her hands. Then I saw it again. The shape in the corner. It was clearer now. Taller than a person, skeletal, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to bend in unnatural ways. Its head was tilted to one side, and even in the darkness, I felt its gaze on me. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I felt them all the same. It moved towards Sam, slowly, deliberately, stepping out of the shadows. Sam saw it too. His eyes went wide with horror. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The entity reached out a long, bony finger towards him. As it got closer, the air around Sam seemed to shimmer, to distort. Sam's body began to twist, like a puppet being pulled by invisible, malicious strings. His limbs bent in impossible angles. His head snapped back. It was like watching something incredibly precious being deliberately, agonizingly broken. He fell to the floor with a sickening thud. He wasn't moving. We stared, frozen, unable to comprehend what we had just seen, what we had done. The entity turned its attention to Chloe. She finally screamed then, a piercing, desperate sound that echoed in the confined space. She scrambled away, but the entity was fast, faster than seemed possible. It didn't touch her. Instead, it just leaned in. And Chloe screamed again, a different kind of scream this time, one full of pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed, shaking uncontrollably. She seemed to be trapped inside her own mind, reliving something unspeakable. Now there were just 3 of us, or 2, really. Maya was still huddled in a ball, sobbing. Liam was staring at Sam's unmoving body, his face a mask of horror. The entity was still there, a dark shape in the gloom. It seemed to regard us, like a predator sizing up its remaining prey. Before I could even think, it surged towards Liam. Liam cried out, raising his hands as if to ward it off. It didn't touch him either. It just moved through where he stood, like a ripple through water. And then Liam wasn't Liam anymore. His form flickered, shifted. For a terrifying moment, he looked like the skeletal entity, all sharp angles and impossible limbs. Then he solidified, but he wasn't right. His eyes were vacant, his mouth hung open in a silent scream. He began to move, his movements jerky and unnatural, like Sam's had been just before. It was worse than death. It was a complete erasure of who he was. I was alone now, except for Maya, who was still a huddled, weeping mess. The entity turned its attention to me. I could feel its focus, its malicious curiosity. I scrambled back, bumping into the wall. There was nowhere to run. The attic felt smaller, the air thinner. The chilling sounds were constant now, whispers just at the edge of hearing, promises of pain and despair. The entity glided towards me. I could see the outline of its head, tilted. I could feel the immense weight of its ancient presence. It was the thing that had been trapped, and we, with our stupid game, had opened the door. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever horror it would inflict. I expected pain, fear, madness, but it didn't touch me, not physically. Instead, it reached out with something else, something internal. It flooded my mind with images, things I couldn't understand, horrors I couldn't comprehend, spanning millennia of darkness and suffering. It didn't just show me fear, it showed me its fear, the primal terror of being trapped, of being denied. And woven through it all was a cold, detached hunger. When the images stopped, I opened my eyes. The attic was quiet. The light from the window was still there, casting long, weak shadows. The Ouija board sat on the floor, harmless now, and the entity was gone. Sam was still on the floor, unmoving, twisted into an impossible shape. Chloe was whimpering softly, curled in a fetal position, her eyes wide and unseeing. Liam stood rigid, his face blank, his movements slow and unnatural. Maya was still sobbing. It didn't take me, not like it took them, but it left something behind. A coldness in my gut, a constant awareness of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface of things. It showed me what lies beyond the veil, and I can never unsee it. We eventually got out. I don't remember how. The police came. There were questions, so many questions. But how do you explain something like that? How do you tell them a game we played with an old board let something in, and it broke my friends? Chloe never fully recovered. She's in a place now, says she still sees things. Liam is different, like a part of him is missing, replaced by something else. He moves like a machine and rarely speaks. Sam, they said it was a medical issue, a sudden, fatal seizure. But I saw what happened. I saw the way his body twisted. Maya, she doesn't remember much. She blacks out when she thinks about the attic. Maybe that's a mercy. But I remember. Every detail. Every sound. Every terrifying movement of the planchette. And I know it's still out there. The something we let in. It's waiting. And I know it's waiting for me. I can feel it sometimes just at the edges of my vision. In the darkest corners of a room. It left its mark. And I don't think it ever truly left. That attic. That board. It wasn't just a game. It was an invitation, and something accepted. And it wasn't Abigail. It was much, much worse. I'll never touch a Ouija board again. I can't. Because I know what can happen, and I carry the weight of what happened to Sam and Chloe and Liam every single day. The dust, the old wood smell, it's all tied to that night, and to the thing that still haunts my dreams. And my waking hours, I am the storyteller.